Good morning, chat. What's up, everyone? What's up, Carl? Spaceman Sam. What's up, fam? Shit, man, hot. Sam King, what's up? Where is my Discord? But his cough is still here. Chat, good morning, everyone. Welcome back to a new day here, man. Today is Wednesday, right? Or is it Thursday? Today's Thursday, not Wednesday. Today's Thursday. Thursday with not much news here going on. I need something a little better than this. All right. So yeah, today is Thursday with no you don't got much what do you call it? News here, right? You only have unemployment claims at 8:30. So it's an orange folder, not a red. And then after that comes Friday tomorrow, which is NFP Friday. So yeah, I mean, that would be something pretty big. So yeah, we'll be here tomorrow for that too. But today is no news, so hopefully price looks good. I think it looks, let's see, it's not bad. Kind of moving here. How much is this? Kind of moving. It's a 30 pip range. That's not bad. It's okay. I think it could be better. Anyways, yeah, that's kind of what we have today, right, for conditions. So hopefully that does pick up. No news, just price though, so it's gonna require a bit. I think there's a leg candle right here in the 1 hour time frame. All right, so yeah, let's see, what can we do today? I like this idea here of this was it the daily? I think it was the 4. I think it was the 4. I like the idea that you are kind of still holding onto this range here. So although the move from, I think it was Tuesday or Monday, Tuesday, didn't have much liquidity going up, you did range a bit yesterday. So you did pull back, range. This could have been the bottom wick. What I do know is that you did close back into this range here. So you closed above these areas and you're holding it. Your next zone is going to be up here at these areas. You can probably move down a little bit, maybe here next, like right here off of these areas, because you're breaking back into this range here, right? So if you're breaking back to the range, I'm just gonna assume that you're gonna be able to come up to fill the range up at those zones, especially this right here, at least to the top wick of this area, right, to match with these highs. So if you could make your way up there, which you're not really too far away from, and then continue to hold that zone, that'd be nice, because if you can push up, pull back and hold, then continuations up would be nice, right? Or maybe you might not even pull back, you might just be able to shoot right back up, like right up towards those areas, 48.20. But yeah, considering we're like still holding these ranges, we're in this area, I'm just assuming that it's gonna be good enough to fill that range, right? So yeah, that's kind of what I have as a general idea. The thing is, like, are we gonna get a bottom wick though, right? Is there gonna be a bottom wick? Is there gonna be another pullback? Are we gonna hover in this range until tomorrow, or is today gonna be the day where it drives, right? So no news today, news tomorrow, NFP Friday. Hit or miss, like I don't know. Like there are some NFP weeks where you move prior to NFP and NFP does nothing. There's some weeks where you don't do much until NFP, right? But I think we'll find out today with the volume and everything that we're gonna have coming in. If there's volume, like with the highs and lows and the movements, right, we'll be able to tell at the small time from what will be going on. But I think aside from that, yeah, this could be your general idea. And then you can probably, let's see, so let's mark up this on the 4 hour time frame, and then next zone is up here. And what's important is right here, these zones. Yeah, these zones right here are pretty important. 47, this thing's so bright. 47, 71, 056, and then afterwards comes like 48, 27, right? So yeah, just break. The idea is just like you're breaking back to this range here. On the way up, you have like some minor zones. So we can say, okay, at 47.71, could there be some type of reaction there, right? All of a sudden, now you're thinking, oh shit, Wick entry sells. Could that be a possibility? Right? Because you're trying to figure out today if you're gonna get a pullback before making the full push up towards the top of the range, or if you're just gonna continue to fly up, right? But I think if this zone is decent enough, I gotta look left a little bit here and check it out. But if it's a decent range, then as you make your way up towards that area, you can get a first initial reaction. You came close earlier though, so maybe I gotta pay attention to that too. How much was this? Pushed up, pull back for 290. The re-break of the highs is 170. So could there be higher towards these ends? Let's see. There, and then also you have here. So let's just add both for now. Yeah, let's add both of those zones. But yeah, we're trying to figure out if like on the way up here there's gonna be more liquidity, or like if this is a drive, right? Because if it's not a drive yet, then what you'll see is price start to pull back into the ranges, right? And these are like, it's a pullback, right? But it's overall just sitting in this range here, so it's just a range. And then you can also see it's a higher low too. But if that were to happen, then these wick entries will be valid, right? You're looking for the first initial reaction for the bottom wick in case price does pull back to continue up. This then will be like a higher low formed here, or if it doesn't come back up, then you'll see it come down to the bottom of the range. And if it comes down to the bottom of the range, from there we'll make a decision, right? Or price will make a decision. Either it holds that range to kind of come back up, right? It's in the range still. This doesn't change anything on price. Or it could also continue to close below, and then you just have drives, right? And if that were to happen, then that's your correction of Tuesday's move, right? So this is Tuesday. Wednesday was like kind of right here ranging a little bit, picked up. Thursday London session last night, and then pullback range, and now it's kind of just trying to figure out what it wants to do here at these zones, right? So there could be wick entry ideas. We're looking at 5.9 to 47.88 in that area. It's a pretty big gap, so we'll probably like try to find an exact zone, but that's what you're approaching next, right? So you're looking for that as like a higher low, not really as a reversal, but a higher low in case there is liquidity. And then yeah, breakout buys are valid too. Like technically you have range to 48.27, but I do want to see structure, right? So we can get an earlier push today, earlier move today, then that'd be nice, because I mean that won't change much about the structure, right? All you're really doing is grabbing the wick entry sells in order to continue up. If that continues up, that's why our target's up here. But before we can look for buys, you want to see some pullback. So if we don't get the wick entries and we just sell down for breakouts, wait for the pullback if there is one, and then once that structure forms, as you close back above the range, that's your continuation above 88 or whatever until 48.27, right? And that's like your higher time frame target. You can probably extend this higher, to be honest. Looking at the 4 hour shows like more so like up here as your resistance, so you could try extend it, but I think we'll leave that for now, and then if anything, we'll add it later. All right, you can add more zones too. Like technically, it's clean traffic till 48.96, so yeah, quite a bit of range. And yeah, I think that's it. I mean, this was a pullback already, so you did pull back. I don't know if this is enough though. We'll find out. And then the pullback was like I think 290, so it's quite a bit. The re-break of the highs is clean traffic for 68. So I gotta find a different zone here probably, because this is already first initial reaction. Could be something up here. 70, how far is that? 160 is not too bad. I think 70 might be a little better. Let this re-break the highs first. Yeah, I think that's it for now. I think as the session goes on, we'll add more zones and change things around. We'll have new ideas and all that. Let's see, 46.70, 48.27. 48.27, and then 47.70, 47.88. All right, that's basically the analysis chat. I'll leave those zones there. You guys can compare with your ideas, your zones. Might be a little off, but yeah, those are ideas. All right, so those aren't like firm ideas, but just like, you know, some ideas for now. And then as a session, we'll just have more stuff going on. Cool. What's up, Terpy? Multisata, what's up? You're back? You're done with exams? Oh, I forgot. I remember there was someone in the chat was like, they said they'll be here every day. You're back now, though. What's up, Wicked? No, I'll follow it up. Reggie Penzo. Hey, yesterday when we hopped off, I think we got to move like right away. Was yesterday? Yesterday. We hopped off at 12 or 11. And then you got to push down, I think. Kinda. I don't know why I looked better yesterday when we hopped off. Sub Alex. A-Flex. Tunes? Is it? Should be there. Should be there. What are you looking for today? I think what's next is like Wick entry ideas. So Wick entry sells at 47.70. If you can make your way up there within one push, no pullbacks, that's something I'll look for. Crypto. I've never heard of that crypto currency. Yeah, I wouldn't know what to tell you. I've never seen that that cryptocurrency before. If you ask me about like Bitcoin, I might have a better answer, or like Ethereum or XRP. Exactly what we were waiting for happened a few hours later. What, yesterday's move? I really forgot what happened yesterday because I swear we hopped off and we got like right when we hopped off there was a push down immediately, and then looking back at it now though, nothing really happened. It wasn't that crazy of a move, but I don't know why yesterday when we hopped off it looked like pushed quite a bit. Whenever Leb tapped the body, Oh yeah, this is a 1 hour leg here too, guys. 74 pip lecandle. Hey, maybe wick entry buys too could be a thing because you're more so in the range, right? That just came to mind as well, because if you were to just reverse, it won't just like reverse, you know, it won't just come down like that. You're not just gonna get a count out of the blue that goes, you know, if it were to come down, at least you'll get like some like pullbacks, right? Lower highs, continuation, lower highs, continuation, like that at least. So we could get wick entry buys too. We're in like a range, kind of almost a range. Let's see if it is a range, you'll see it come down, but then that still will be the very beginning of the range. That's the first push down to the bottom of the range, likely to get a reaction. It's just where is the question, right? Let's see, 4703 won't be too bad. I have an idea. Let's see, the bottom wick there. If you get a reaction prior, it might be like in these areas, and then you get a pullback, and then you get a continuation down for 200. Let's see where I was kind of looking for. What's here? 47.17. That's the rebreakout lows. That's right there. Probably don't want to get in right away. Could you get 47.12? It's pushing pretty decent. Let's see. Can you get a flip before the 4 hour closure? 47.12, 47.12, 47.12, 47.12. Let's see, if you get a straight push down towards 15 here, guys, we can get a wick entry buy. A straight push though, like very strict on that. You don't want to see much pullbacks. Like you don't want to see, like small ones like this are okay, but you don't want to see like, you don't want to see some like this, right? Like these are gonna be okay. But yeah, if you get a push down towards 47.15 here, that could be wick entry buys. I think you have a nice advantage point from there to, I think TP can probably be 120 here, 47.26. BEs will be 19, probably less, to be honest. This will give you 40 pips runners if you get trail stops in those areas. But yeah, very strict on the pullbacks, right? One consistent pop down towards 15 will take it. If there's a pullback, then I think next zone is going to be, you're looking at like between 46.95, 4700. And if you have pullbacks between 47.15 and that area in this range, then we're going to move it down again probably to 46.85 and such. That could be an idea too, just because we're in a range. This is the range, right? Yes, that won't be too bad. You think it's likely for a quick pull back to 47.20 and then boom to the upside? 47.20 and then to the upside. 47.20. I think 47.20 is going to be this 1 hour rebreak lows, or 4 hour rebreak lows, right? So if this 4 hour kind of rebreaks the lows, I mean, yeah, in that area, like between 21 and 15 could be a reaction. Like that's pretty tight area, yeah. But I don't know about a boom to the upside, right? Like I don't know how heavy the drive would be, because even if I get wick entry buys, like we're looking to target like maybe at most like, I think it was like around here at 26, right? And then BEs are like way ahead. BEs are like 47.20. If we'll go to the upside like that, I'll attempt runners, but with the way we're pushing down, like it's really only we're looking for the a reaction, because I don't have enough information to tell whether this pop down here will be enough. But I will say, like, if you're flipping bearish on the 4, you can expect it to drive a little more, right? So that's why 47.20 might be a little lower than that. That cannot fill. Did it fill yet? Got body in the first initial body reaction. So if you get the wick fill, that would be on the re-breakout a low 60 pips. And then if you could re-break that, that is 98 pips. Let's say maybe an early entry. Yesterday we almost had an early entry. The day before we did have an early entry. So maybe today could be some early. $8.30 here. So let's see how this 30-minute candle opens up. Close like weak bearish here, holding these ranges. So I'm gonna find out. Oh yeah, if we get the wick entry buys, well, what would be the stops and lots, right? 47.15. That won't be bad. Might be a tight stop. Could be 1100. Stops thing, or lots could then be, if we get the wick entry, right? Looks like you just pull back up them. 1100 pips would be 0. 0.09. Oh yeah, orange folder. Good reminder, I forgot. What is it? Unemployment claims came out positive. So numbers came out 200K over 205. I think actual less than forecast is good for currency, so came out less, right? So that's good. So let's see, maybe you can get a continuation. I think we still have the ideas for wick entry sells too at 47.70, 47.70 next, if you make your way up without any pullbacks, of course, right? So that's like around 160 pips in the break of the highs. My analysis for the price structure, that move push up from London session is the revisit of, or for the 47.44 zone, and could possibly drop and break 47.20 to push down. 47.20 to push down. price structure. So you're saying like 47.44, you're expecting a drop down to 47.20. Just pin this. Can we get a push? Damn. 47.28, 47.53. What's your thought about it? 47.28. I think that's a minor support, yeah. There's some structure there. Like if you can look at it as like you said 5.3, right? Yeah, this is just you can look at this range. I think I'll zoom out a bit more. I wouldn't really trust this range. I think this is a range for maybe good volume. If you break the highs and break the lows, you'll like start to move. I think it'll be a good indication for that. So like what that means is like if like we don't know where it's gonna break here, right? It can go up or down, but any of the breaks is good because if you break up, you could continue. You break up, you could fake out. If you break down, you could continue. If you break down, you could fake out, right? Like, but like that, those two zones are important for that. I think in terms of ranges, maybe zoom out a little more, and then look at it from like here, because I think what your range really is like this. So this zone going across, and these support zones, and you're looking at this, right? So that's gonna be like right here. So that'll be my range from like 47.70 to like 46.70. But I think those other ones you mentioned, that's good for like that's like the smaller time frame range. So it's good for volume indication. Like pretty much here, right? I'll even add it here too, to be honest. So from here to here, right? You want to see that break. Thinking sells if it closes below 47.28 and buys above 5.3. Yeah, I think that could be a good idea for breakouts. If like I'm expecting volume outside of that range, right? I just don't know like where it's gonna go once it does break out out of end yet. But I think there'll be volume. So if you're anticipating buys above and sells below, there should be volume as you break out. So 1 hour just rejected a 1 hour leg candle. Now you're gonna close back-to-back leg candle maybe in 22 minutes. If you get a 1 hour closure, it could be a back-to-back leg here. Door got the same zones as you. Yeah, hasn't like May felt like a little better? I feel like every day for May so far has been a lot more consistent than April and March even. Let's see, can this fill? What lot size you use? On this account right now, we are, depending on how big the stops are. So I think 0.05 is like our last trade, which was I think 1800 pip stops, 1900 pip stops. When we used the 0.07, I think that was like a 1400 pip stop. I think the max lot I use for this account size is 0.14, which is if stops are below 500 pips. So we went from like fixed lots to percentage range lots when stops got a lot bigger and conditions got a lot crazier. So yeah, they fluctuate though. If it's like if stops are like 400 to 500 pips, then I'll be using my full lot, which is 0.14 on this account. Can we consider the 15-minute candle that wicked at 5.3 a leg candle, or is the body too skinny? 5.3, which one? The 15-minute candle? Oh, this one? I think it's like a doji. I mean, you can always treat it like a leg candle because for a leg candle, you're looking for like that movement, right? So that's not too bad of an idea. But these candles are just considered dojis with the wick, so I'll expect the wick film. Yeah, Discord coming soon, huh? Discord coming soon. Maybe I don't think it's gonna be end of this week though. I think it's gonna be at least minimum Monday. But I'm gonna give you guys a date once we have it ready. Should be cool though. Should be cool, should be cool. Honestly, if you zoom into it, it might be a leg candle. I think you got the leg candle stuff though. You got the body reaction here, and then you got get a high, got a low again, and then as you rebroke the high, that was your pop. 63 pips. Minor zones here, BE zones right here, trail stops and the break of those wick highs. That's pretty good. Point 15. So on a 50k challenge, one lot size, am I asking for trouble? Point 14. So on a 50k challenge, one lot size. Well, point 14 is like, well, it actually should be a point 16, but I lowered to point 14 because it's 0.08 for 1k is what I do. 0.08 lot per 1k based on your stops, right? So if you're using the same size stops as me, I think that's what you could use. What's this 50k account? So 0.08 times 50, that's a 4 lot. That's a 4 lot on a 50. But then as your stops get wider, right, that decreases. So like if, like let's say max stops you would usually have is like 2,000. So if stops are 2,000 pips and you're on a 50k account, I would in that case use a 2 lot. If stops were 1,000 pips, I use a 2 lot. If stops were 500, we use a 1 lot. So yeah, if your stops are smaller, then about 1 lot would be perfect. We looking for sells? Yeah, like there's potential wick entry sells. I want to see this like straight pop up. If you can just straight pop up, that'd be perfect. I say a 1 lot on Did I say a 1 lot on a 500 pip stop? I think 4 lot on if it's a 500 pip stop, and then as the stops get wider, you decrease the lots, not the opposite. Why don't you ever go prop with the main lot size calculator tool or something, just to have a rough idea of which lot size to use? There's just too many headaches with props. This is like, for me, it's just much more simpler to go live on a personal, so I'm just more in control. Because prop is much harder to deal with. Much more like rules applied. So if I'm a trade, which is already hard enough, right? I'm gonna use personal funds. I wouldn't want to make it harder on myself. What's up, bro? What up, man? You remember me when I said yesterday that my sells will began at 47.37? I don't remember, but I can check your logs. Oh yeah, I remember now. 47.37. My sell there might be late today or tomorrow. The 4-hour candlestick is not really showing a sell. That's why 47.37 is my target for selling. 47 is only strong support. Yeah, the Wick entries, right? Did you end up getting them? I think you got something here, man. 37. Yeah, something. 170, 150. Yeah, I don't know. I just never had a reason to go prop. Like, I don't know. I just never had a reason to go prop. I started trading before props, right? So I think maybe if I started trading like during like the time when props started popping off, maybe I would have been looking more so at props, but I don't know. I'm just so used to trading live. I don't see any reason to switch it up. You know what I mean? Yeah, prop is good for building capital for sure. Been following for years. I don't understand why a small account at the moment. We've been running this $1,000 account since last April. So we're just growing it. It could be liquidity for a high of the London session. This, right? Was this London last night? When was this? London, yeah, that was London. You're retesting it. So you can get a break above there. You're looking at, I think this right here. Some struggles here. So that could be some reaction zones, and I'm hoping we can get a push up so we can get a wick entry sell. Most of my stops are wick entry sells, right? So I think stops are wick entry sells and the buys are different because the wick entry sells. Okay, there's a huge gap here though. So between here and here, 24. Is there anything in the middle? $12, $21, nothing. It's gotta be something. Any wicks? $19. I think it might be a 19 here. 1900. If we get a higher entry, it'll be a little smaller. I think it'll be 1600. You could use this too if you want to be extra aggressive. That's like the very first break outside the range, so you can still kind of do that and then shift back as a fake out or a higher low, right? I think we'll use that 1949.66. If we get the wick entry sells at 70 zones, and then management will be, I think we'll try manage above 71 or 43, so like around 730 pips. If you get that much drawdown. But yeah, I want to see how it comes up here. That's very important, right? It's not just gonna like be blindly enter not 70. It's like if you come up in one constant motion from here, you're looking for the first initial reaction. Otherwise, if it just kind of comes up and then it's like kind of pulling back like this, creating structure, no way we can get that. We're gonna have to move it up, right? And then next zone, if we move it up, is gonna be 47.98, which is the next minor resistance. Cannot live from it. Well, if one account is your only income, right, you can't always live from it. What's up, Richie? Dom, grinding your account from 150 to 1400. 1400? Wait. Overnight or what? Don't say overnight. One and a half months. That's good. Shit, that's like, what's 150 to 1400? Like 900% something? Right? Am I tripping? 900%? Use 0.04. Damn. That's good though. Shit, man. Wait, was that your first like fully consistent month? Damn. Oh, you got a rejection here. What if you, someone said 150 to 520 in 3 days? 150 to 520 in 3 days. Y'all crazy, man. I'm on a sell from 50 pip stop loss, 25 pip TP, 65 pip TP, 2025, but I'm a little bit confused. Yeah, you confused because you got into a trade that you weren't aligned with. So you're confused now because you got in. And maybe you're also confused because you're using a 50 pip stop. Nothing wrong with 50 pip stop, but 50 pip stop isn't price. 50 pip stop is just currency. That's good. Jur 40, I remember that pair. Jur 30, I traded. I think I don't know if I traded Jur 30, but I remember that time period when like people are trading Jur 30. Jur 30 is insane. Like if you ever trade Jur 30, it's like US 30 but on crack. Like I don't even know. I guess it's the German currency, right? I don't know if it is, but that was cracked out, man. That was cracked out. Yeah, people were like flipping accounts, and there was like huge gaps in those markets, but man, that was insane. Want to ask you a question? I'm over at profit with my strategy. I lose most of my trades on Monday or Friday for some reason. I think because on Monday I wanted to just enter the trade. Yeah, that's probably the reason. Because like Monday you're probably like, oh shit, you're excited for the week, right? So you just like more trigger happy. And then Friday you're lost like, oh, I want to finish off in the bang because I don't want to spend the next 2 days. You know, I'm not doing anything the next 2 days. We're not trading. So you're just trying to like finish off the week. With like a crazy ending or something. Or sometimes you could be revenging the Friday to finish off the week in blue. I think what can help is like trying to think about Monday and Friday. Like I know it's hard, but each day is its own. Each day will run its own course, you know. Like each day will come with its own markets and conditions, and they're always gonna be different. So just because you take a lot of losses on Monday and Friday doesn't mean it's always gonna happen, right? Some Mondays are different, some Fridays are different. Oh, you meant. Oh, you meant 50, like 47.50. Stop loss around 47.65 and TP 47.20. You got 50, so it's a buy, right? TP 47.20. Oh, wait, it's a sell. You going at 47.50, TP 47.20, and stop loss 47.65. What's wrong with that? I think you're in profit. I think you should trail move stops to break even, and then have like zones you can trail at. So like minor zones. Damn, we couldn't come up towards here. Minor zones. So for instance, like I think right here is next. That's a pretty good trail stop zone. Trail stops, right? So every time you approach the next zone, just put your stop loss to the previous high. Comes down to here, move it to there. Comes down to here, move it to there. So your TP is right here, right? So if it runs through all of that, your TP gets hit. If not, then you get some trail profits in that, and that's your day. Every day. Wick buy 18. Yeah, I think we can get wick buys. I'm looking at 15. You have a 4-hour close here. I think this is a volume coming in. This is pretty good. Yeah. If you get a push, I think we had 47.15. So 240 pips. 18-15 zones, yeah, around there. What can Travis still do? But yeah, 47.15, 47.15, 47.18, like that zone. If you can get a straight pop down, yeah, but straight pop down, right? That could change too. So I can say like Wick entry buys there now, but if in 20 minutes it comes down and starts creating structure, then I think the 15 zone we're gonna have to probably move down a little bit. So we're gonna have to move it down to maybe like 46.99 next, right? Just like the next minor zones. And we'll keep doing that all the way down to 46.70, because I don't have much ideas for sells aside from just the wick entry sells, just because price is like still bullish, right? So I need to see like price actually be bearish directionally to get directional sells, maybe below 47.15, but I gotta see if it comes down there, how it comes down there. looking pretty good though. Like this move looks like a 1-2 correction, 1-2 pop correction of this entire range. So this could be something, right? You see how strong it's kind of popping here. So if that continues to mirror the entire move down, then that would be good news for breaking out of the range. And then from there, we'll see direction after likely. Should be a pretty good day. I think it's looking like a 6. If it continues to move like this, it's looking like a 6 out of 10 day. Could be multiple opportunities. Leg handle fill. Yo, Reggie. It's happening. Is anyone in this leg handle fill in the chat? It's not bad. It's like a 80 pip candle. It's pretty good. This volume is pretty good right now too. What's up, Cookie? I'm still sick. What's the idea, G? Wick entry sells or wick entry buys right now. Nothing in between the blue range. So just waiting for this blue range to break out so we can get volume to know if it's going to be any fake outs or any drives. But this blue range is, we want to see it break out. So we're just waiting for that to happen right now. Yeah, nightmare that you were in 90% in drawdown. Chat, you guys ever had nightmares on trading? Trading nightmares? Like you were in drawdown? I don't know if I can have nightmares. I just have real life nightmares. You never had good dreams about trading, so you never had a dream that you hit TP and then when you're in drawdown in the trade, you went to bed, and then you had a dream that you hit TP and you woke up and that wasn't the case. Yeah, I dream you're trading with me in Canada. Interesting, interesting. Chad, did you guys speed? Is Jordy here today? Did you guys see speed Speed hit 2 million or 1.8 or something million live viewers. That's insane. That right there is the closest to Mike. The closest. Some nice volume here, guys. Previous 4-hour lecandle. Previous 4-hour leg close bullet. Yeah, you can treat it like a lecandle. Below here, you have that wick fill. So yeah, if you can fill that, you have the 1-hour wick fill. You have these two lecandles right here. Let's see, is there enough structure? Maybe we could try to do something here. I think you need a bit more than that. A bit more than that. Because I don't know what this is. This might be invisible. So the only liquidity you do have, top wicks you do have, is maybe here and here. Yeah, I think these are only top wicks here and here. So sip. I think still possible to drive them down. I just don't have enough to have entries for me. So I'm probably gonna let this run. This is 140 pips, right? So if it's volume, like you want to see quick pushes, right? If you get more top wicks, I'll be a bit more interested. Maybe one up here would be nice. If you can get like another tap into 47, 48, that'd be perfect. Because then it's like, you know, if you get a top wick again, it's gonna look like this. It's like, why aren't you gonna drop up, right? Yeah, top wick. It's like that's the flip on the one that's like that should drop up. But let's say it comes up and then starts to shift back down. It's like, what was this for? That would then this then will be your liquidity, right? That'll be your top wick, and then below here, those are your sells. And then we can actually attempt a position from here coming down towards the bottom of the blue, which is like a 1500 pip, or what am I saying? 150 pip range. All right, I just need to see the top wick. If not, like 47, 48, minimum, like I'll say 47, 46. That'd be nice. But I don't know if that's gonna happen, right? You might just be able to rip through here. And then what was it? Wick entry buys. It's looking like it may have to move us down. I think next zone is going to be 4704. First 704 to like 4699 could be potential wick entry buys. what else is here? Did I miss anything else? 4709. Maybe 4709, 4710, and then 4704 next. I don't think we're gonna get a 4715 here, or for the entries. I think that's a little too close to the break of this low. Or that's the breakout low basically. So if that breaks that low, I'm assuming a low drive, right? At least until 4710. Just tap 15 lead body. Maybe it can fill a wick to 4723. Yeah, I think it's pretty doable. 1 hour leads again filled too. All right, so chat, these are your leg counts right here. This is your leg, and this is your leg candle. Yeah, 2 back to back. And I think the 4 hour kind of looks like one. I wouldn't say it's exactly one just because of how big the body is, but you can treat it like one. So if you wait for the same movements, you can get the same idea. So if you get a body reaction, pull back, re-break, right? Hold that zone, continuation. It's just a smaller wick, but you can definitely treat it like one. It's still like 92 pips. If you get top wickas, 47, 47, 47, 46 zones, I don't see why we wouldn't be able to enter if it comes back down below 30, because that's the low now, right? So if it comes up and then comes back down, ideas below here. Maybe a second re-break lows probably won't be the first. Second re-break, or if you get enough structure below there coming down towards 19, won't be bad of an idea at all. I do need to see a pullback. What can you buy stops? We get the ideas. A 4 hour leg and a body reaction there. I think it'll be around like 82 or something. I think there's maybe like, we can get something within this range here. Let's see. It might just be clean traffic. I think here 1700 if you get the wick entries at 10. There's just so many ideas right now, so many different stops, because even the sells too, right? If we get the sells, I think stops are a little tighter than the sells though. If you get the sells below 30, if you get a top wick, then I think we could probably use I think 1400 pips, 48.73 won't be too bad. Now, these are a lot of ideas. This could be a 6 out of 10 day. It's looking good for movements. Yeah, the 0.9 was for the, I think that was the wick entry buy from earlier, but I think that changed. I took a short position at 47.50 and target profit at 47.35. Reason I short that zone is the revisit of the high zone of London. Oh, so you got the top, literally wick entry to come back down. I think someone else got that too. Good shit. Yeah, if you guys are enjoying the stream, hit the like button. Appreciate y'all for being here today. We got 300 already. Damn. Yesterday we hit 170 likes. Thank you. That is that's almost 200. I think Wick, I think Kai's coming back. I think he posted he's coming back. I think he's gonna react to Iceman or something. That's actually crazy. Coming back for Iceman. Like, that's how much pull Drake has. The biggest. What's up, the Amateur FX? Is there any leg counts on the closure? Bullish going up? No. 30-minute closure and 10. Maybe a 30-minute leg. If it's a 30-minute leg candle, I would not be mad, because then you get a steeper top wick on the opening than the NYSE open. If it closes like bullish like this with like a huge bottom wick, next opening top wick, and then you get a flip, and then after that flip, it's like, oh shit. Get a wick fill, right? So then you can start looking for ideas like coming down within this wick here on a small time frame, instead of like waiting for it to break below here. You can get in like a little earlier in that range. So it could be 120 pip range if you close leg candle, because the 4 hour candle still has no top wick too, right? This is the 4 hour opening. So if the 1 hour flips, that's, and it closes is bullish, that's a leg candle. 4 candle will just flip, right? So 4 can still drive because it's still a bullish candle closing like above the range. But then you can also say there's no reason to break the lows again if you flip bullish. So if you flip bullish, you got top wick, and then you come down to re-break the lows. If you don't want to take the leg candle fill down on the 1, you can wait for the re-breakout lows and take that, and that could be your range fill. Because then what price is doing here is it opened up bottom wick first. It would have came up for a closure, re-break the lows. This right here is a range. This right here is your fake out, and as you break back into the range below here, that's your range fill, and then beyond, right? Maybe even 47.10. You're still within this overall range here, so that's your range, right? In that area. I don't have X at the moment. No Twitter at the moment. Maybe soon though. What's up, AJ? They keep talking about you, AJ. They're like, yo, shout out to AJ and Don. I'm like, damn, shout out to AJ. Are you taking any trades? Me? No. Well, I'm looking for trades, but there's none at the moment, right? I'm just waiting for my breakdowns to happen, and then we'll start looking. Thank you, Wicked. Don, if the 1 hour flip bullish, do you consider for the liquidity of the bottom wick? So if the 1 hour flip bullish, I consider that liquidity. I don't, on the 4, I think so. Yeah, on the 4, I think it's the high possibility that you can get a flip and a drive. On the 1, on the other hand, if it flips, it can be a, or on a 30, not the 1, it could be a leg candle closure. So then you can look towards the opening of the next candle to create a top wick and then flip bearish for a leg candle fill. And it'll also be the re-break of the 4. So I don't know. I can't tell off of the 4 hour flip. Like for me, that's not enough of a confirmation to continue driving up. So I can't say that it's gonna drive up. I wouldn't know because it's not enough confluences, not enough has happened yet. But if so far what price has done was come down for a bottom wick, come back up for a flip on the 4, and for some reason the 4 doesn't drive like it's supposed to, like generic price action would do, it comes back down to re-break the lows. Why would it do that? No clue. No, I don't know. I wouldn't know why, but I do know that the flip, if that didn't take you up and it comes all the way back down to re-break the lows, that's my idea, because that'll be enough of confluence. That's like, look at the structure, right? You're gonna have a fake out in a small time frame. You're gonna have basically what's this is, you open up here, bottom wick, you flip. This is the flip on the 4. You flip, you create a top wick, you come back into re-break the lows. This right here is a range, right? Resistance here, support here. This is now your fake out on the smaller time frame. So you can wait for the re-breakout lows, or you can look to take advantage of this. This might be a bit more aggressive. This could be a little less aggressive because you're waiting for the actual break. That's something I would take. But the 4 hour flip, I wouldn't know if it's liquidity because it's still too early. I don't think, like looking at the 4 hour range, you're in the middle of it still. You haven't done much today, right? You can't forget the 4 hour range. Like this is your 4 hour range. So is that liquidity, or like that right there? Is that going to be your liquidity, or is your liquidity going to be this overall on the higher time frame and then a shift up? You see the big difference? If that were to happen, look at this entire move. It looks a lot more fulfilled, a lot more liquidity on a higher time frame, and your Monday moves and Tuesday moves will be saved. This won't be corrected because you got bottom wick and you came back up. That would, I would say, be much better in terms of like the way you're moving throughout the week. So with the 1 being liquidity, I don't have enough information for that yet. So I gotta wait to see more drives up, or I gotta wait to see a steeper bottom wick. Does that make sense? You a part-timer? Full-timer soon. Let's see. You came up near 46, I guess. You're like maybe 25 pips away, so that is still a possibility, right? But that would be the top wick zone that we wanted to see, in case it comes down. And you're nearing the flip too, right? The flip would be better, but 46 would be minimum for me. Like if that taps 46 and comes back down to re-break below 30, that would be enough, because like that would be enough to get rid of the idea that this is gonna flip and drive, right? If it comes down beforehand. Yo, we got a wick entry tap. Let's see, is this the rejection now? I think 30-minute closure right now, right? 30-minute opening. So bearish, weak bearish, holding this range. You can get a re-break of the highs, right? That'll be your 1 hour flip. I wonder if we can block this out too. This could be your invisible candles. I guess something like that. What zone is this? This will be 47.36. And that would be valid. What's 36? 36. Look at that leg candle fill, right? Or some range. Yeah, I think that'd be valid too. 36. Let's see. So I think 1 hour flips here, right? Did it flip there? I think it flipped for a bit, but let's see if that flips and drives. All right, could also just push straight up towards 70. And if it does, I think that's our wick entry sell zone still. But if you start flipping now, right after the flip, then the third is gonna look like this, and that'll make it. That should make its way down to the bottom of the range. And then you're looking to anticipate ideas below 36. So it's not a leg candle, but I think you can still take the ideas below here if it closes below there. No bottom wick in the 1 hour. Where? 4,700. 1 hour. This does that count? If it just continues up and you get like structure, I don't think that 1 hour bottom will play a huge part. But if you start to actually like come down, I think yeah, as you come down, you can start to target that area for the bottom wick. So if you start making your way below like 47.22, I think that's when you can start looking towards the target here, and start looking for ideas to come down towards there. Let's see. Pretty strong flip there, right? That was, these candles are 65 pip minute candles, so volume is there, and you're about to break out for the first time of the blue zone, so this should bring in more volume, and we'll see if it's a fake out or a breakout here. your invisible candle theory. Yeah, it's usually just like, you know, like we've been doing it for like a minute now, but I don't have an exact definition for it. Like I can say it's a doji, but in this case it's not a doji. But like, yeah, these two candles combined would be like very weak, right? So if you combine these two candles, they kind of look like this. I guess just a wick fill on a different time frame could be the idea. I think what I get from it isn't like what's here, but more so of like what's here down here. I kind of just block that out, so that won't be too much of a struggle for me, because I think that's a wick fill in the small time frame. So it's not, I don't think it's this I'm taking away from it. It's more so of like here. So I can look for an entry here off the idea that this right here won't be too much of a struggle to break, because it's just a wick fill. And if you fill that wick, you can just break through, which means that that will be your range fill down to here. I think that's what I use it for. Just like, I wouldn't see this as a strong support. What's your TP, Dan? Uncle Dan? Close 50, got a runner. You got 89? 89? I mean, that's a fat runner, 89. 43 to 89, that is gonna be 450 pip runner. Should be good. See, I think this move up was like similar to this push down in like in terms of volume, maybe a little better up, but if it continues to push up here, we'll be able to see for sure, right, how strong the push up really is. But you tapped outside the blue range. So this is like, this blue range was more so of like volume for me, like an indication of volume. So now that you broke up, it's like, okay, what's gonna happen now? Is it gonna break, hold, continue, or is it gonna fake out back into the range, right? And then same goes with the move down. If you had like a breakdown earlier below the blue zone, it's like you can get a breakout or you can get like a fake out back into the range. But before you get volume, you would want to see that range break on either side first, right? So that's why I use the term like first breakout could be a fake out outside of the range, because it's the very first set of volume on price. Ice cream at this time, Pencil? These guys are aggressive. Is that even good long term? Who? I don't think Dan's aggressive, no. He closed 50%. He got break even, and then it's just like risk free. He lets it run. I don't think that's aggressive. I think it'll be aggressive if you just let it run. Right, but then again, that's some people do that, right? If it works for them. See, small, very small lower high here. Let's see if this gets a free breakout lows in the drive. Spreads are, I think they were better on the way up, so we can pay attention to that. Pre-NFP always sucks. Yeah. Let's see. Maybe it won't suck today. Hopefully not. Don't say that. Why is Wick? Why Wick is important? Each candle has long wicks. Why is Wick important? Each candle has long wicks. Wicks are important because wicks are a range. So you can see any candle. You can take any candle and reverse engineer it. You can literally get something like this, right? It doesn't always form exactly like this, but look, like if this is the opening, this is a candle, right? If this is the opening, and so you came down for a bottom wick first, you came up, made a high, and then you close like that. That's how it's gonna look. So when you look at that in terms of candles, let's say this is like a 15-minute time frame candle, right? So on the 5-minute, how would that look on the 5? It probably looks something like this on the 5. So 15-minute candles on the 5, that's 3. So 1, 2, and then you got 3. That's your 15. So now you understand that the 15, this right here is a range, or this right here is a range. And if you get a closure, this is a leg candle too. So if you get a closure back into the range here on the next 5, that should take you back down to retest the lows, which means that on the 15 leg candle, you now have a bearish leg candle fill, looking like that, right? If that's the 15, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, let's just say 30-minute looks like this, or the last 5 closes like that. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, that's the 30-minute candle. if you were to draw that candle now on the 30, it will look like this. This is your 30-minute candle. So the 15 went from looking like this, 2 15s equals this on the 30, which means that yeah, this is where you see in the small time frame. All right, let me delete all of this now. That's what you see in the small time. That's what you see on the 30. So next 30-minute candle, what is it gonna do? It's gonna fill the range down. See how this 15 right, this 5 right here, closed bullish, holding this range. Next 30-minute drove down. You see how that kind of works together, hand in hand, right? Because then the next 5, what it would have done is this. So when we're waiting for like a second re-break, we're just waiting for this. You might not see exactly this, but that's the idea behind it, the second re-break. So if price were to make its way down here towards the bottom of the range like this, it's gonna look like this. So we'll wait for a second re-break, which is just like price to break the lows, pull back, re-break, which means next 30 will look like that, right? Or let's say you do something like this. Actually, that is a 15 less, so that won't happen. But let's say something like that, right? You're waiting for this. Like that's basically your second re-break within one motion. And you're looking for a continuation down. So when people are like, yo, your strategy changed, I'm like, it's the same thing. Like we're still looking for, instead of like, we're not gonna look for like a 30-minute breakout, right? In this case, but we're looking for a 30-minute, or we're not gonna look for a 30-minute candle closure and then enter on the next 30. We might look for something like this. We're looking for just like the motion, like just like the way it moves, right? Which is just like, you can look at this now and be like, okay, this is your range. This right here is your drive, right? And then this right here was like your liquidity. But it all stems around the same idea. Chap, you have some volume here. You're pushing down pretty heavy. So we got to tap into 47, 46. We said that if you get a push down here, it might be crazy. But if you get a pull back to the white line minimum, then if you come down to re-break the lows, we'll look for sells, right? So we're still far away from breaking the lows, but it's now 140 pips. And you got a steeper top wick. The 1 hour candle flip bullish. First breakout outside the blue zone could be a fake out. So if this is a fake out, this should come down. If it's not a fake out, then this right here should continue to make its way back up above the range looking like that. And then you'll get your breakouts. And then we can look for ideas for buys above there too, because this is a steeper higher low, right? But if it's a fake out, then we'll see it being a fake out, and therefore we'll wait for price to break below this line, wait for a pullback, and then we'll take the second re-break of the lows. And I think it also lines up with being a 4-hour leg candle, right? I think below here, so below 30, you have some range too. But the hard part is like, you know, waiting for these things to occur. So you just need to wait for that, and then you should be good. Good morning, Addy. But yeah, that's why wicks are important. It's just like it's everything that you get in the charts is important. Because you can always find a way to utilize it some way. All right. So let's see, can you break below here, right? You get a push down and you get a pullback. If it breaks below here, I think the pullback will be less aggressive. But if it breaks below the black line, then we'll wait for a pullback to tap into that zone. So it could be like a 37, 36. Once you break below to like 32 or something, and then we'll take the sell. But stops, what did I say earlier? I think stops are, they have a nice vantage point too, 50 pips. So we have that wick filled, and TP we'll try TP for 130. But yeah, stops, if we get ideas here, I think they're gonna be roughly, oh yeah, up here, 1300, 40, we'll try 48.74. 48.74 we'll try for a stop. And then management, so 1300 pips, it's not, that's pretty tight. I think we can use 0.07. right? 0.06, 0.07, 0.07 I'll probably do. And then management if it breaks back above like 803 or something. Oh, space for that? Yeah. I was trying to figure out because I didn't think you made an account. But yeah, I'll hit you up. So it could still be a higher low, right guys? Still could be a higher low, but you are getting another pullback here for a lower high. Let's see, is that going to be a pushback out to retest the highs, or are we going to actually close back below 37, right? If we can get a runner today, which I think we could get 10 points to be honest, this could be a runner with the way bombs coming in, because I think this position is a little more, has a higher chance to be runners compared to the one we took 2 days ago, the Wick entries. Yeah, this is some good volume. Check, we get to 100 likes though. We got 30 more likes to 100 to get this trade. Let's see, what do you got? So it really depends on where, like how far it pushes once it it breaks below here, if it breaks. But I think you could be something, there's a zone right there. Some more right here. And then this is your invisible candle, so I'm not too worried about below here, right? Because I'm looking at this as just like a range fill from here to here minimum, so you can get that runner. So but yeah, it could be quick here. 0.07 stops are 1400 pips, I believe is what I said, so I'm using a 0.07 lot. Didn't get the stops. Yeah, stops are up here, 48.75. Like we're looking at that, so it's like 1390, so 1400 roughly. All right, you got a tap. Let's see, can you get a breakthrough and a pullback? That's what you need. All right, breakthrough, pullback, second re-break. If that's within one motion, perfect. If it's not within one motion and it starts to, like, you know, slowly move up and then slowly come back down, we'll wait for a second re-break. So that will likely be below 32. He said Jerome will be joining the live for his retirement party. Do you think we can get a rejection of the break back above the highs before breaking current low? Yeah, I think it's possible. Like you can still get you can still flip here. This 4 hour can still flip and continue up. And if it does, then that's like a steeper, or not a steeper bottom wick, but more structure now, right? Got a higher low. So if it flips above here, we have a much higher chance to continue. And then I think that's when I'll be a bit more interested in the buys. But this move down is more so for like liquidity, right? For it to go up if it comes up. At the same time, following the higher time frame. But yeah, this 4 hour flips. I don't think we're gonna be getting in ideas from here. I think it's more so above 47.70. So a little higher than the 4 hour flip and break. But if we can push through this range with volume, then above here should be pretty clean to continue as well. And then we'll start looking for ideas. Maybe we'll look towards this fill here if that happens. This wick fill. Five-minute lay. Uh-oh. Hey, we got a perfect rejection off of this zone too. This 37 zone. I think it was like just a top of this range here. So it's good too because now you have lower highs and then you have more lower highs if this decides to come down, right? Followed by a leg candle. What time is it? 9:46, 9:56. 1 hour closure in 4 minutes. If it closes the way it is, that's going to be a weak bearish holding support. So next candle could still come up bullish like this, right? Let's see how it closes. Maybe you'll get a much stronger bearish closure in 4 minutes. Maybe you can get a closure looking like this. The next candle you get a bottom wick first. What else is there today? Just that news folder at 8:30, and then 10 a.m. you got construction spending. Natural gas storage is at 10:30. 2 p.m. you got FOMC members speaks. Consumer credit. 3, and that's about it. I'll be right back in like a minute. All right. You're waiting for me to get off stream because the moment you get off, price jumps. That does happen quite often. Balance when I started 1K. Bro, go new entry. New entries. I just have that one idea below 35 right now. And I think my next idea, well, I gotta see how it breaks out here, right? But we don't have an idea yet. I think just Wick entry buys or sells below 34. Wick entry buys at like 47.10 or something. 47.10, 47.04. And then sells below 34. Well, 35, 34. You get this continuation. And then I think buys above 47.70. Ideas above there. But this is the closest one we're nearest to right now. So could we make our way down 65 pips? No leg candles, or at least on the 5 you have one. 15 was just a wick fill. So yeah, definitely a second re-break. 30-minute candle was like a weak bullish. And you need more volume too. You want to see this come down a lot sharper than how it came down earlier. $10 AM, that's possible for liquidity of the bottom wick of the previous one. Yep. Yeah, wick fills 140. You think volume's coming? Yeah, me too. I think you could get a little better than whatever you had this morning. So that'll be very good. Very good, very good. If we're still stuck here by 11, like that might be GG's, because I was expecting us to break out the blue range like way before 11. So an hour left into the session. Hopefully you can get something before not FOMC tomorrow, NFP tomorrow. It's still very slow on the way down. This could be a concern. How many trades deep is everyone today? 300. Did you guys trade Asian last night? No, I don't think so, right? It's pretty dry. Damn. London was nice though. 400 pop. Two trades, both sells. 2 trades, 1 BE and 160 pips. Oh, W Toby. I didn't know you were here. Three trades, 2 TPs, 1 BE. W Mac. Yeah, Asian was ass. London was good though. If you trade London. New York might be ass here too if it keeps this up. One. Thank you, bro. Appreciate you, man. And please don't wait until we hop off. I have a feeling if something doesn't happen by 10:30, I'm gonna be a little worried. It might start moving right after. NASDAQ looks much better. Let's see. NASDAQ. Check it out. Hey, it's approaching an all-time high TP here. 28,743. I think that's what we came up with yesterday. Yeah, NASDAQ is pretty clean. Addy, why are you harassing my mods? I was looking to reach 48.05, but I think I'll settle for 47.58. Was looking to reach 48.05, but I think I'll settle for 47.58. 47.58. 48.05. Oh, your TP? What was your position again? You got in. I don't know. 5.8's pretty. Yeah, I think 5.8 might be a little safer until you break out. Because then I think you'll find out if it goes up towards 8.05 if it breaks above 70. I think above 70 you have clean traffic till 47.93. So if you want, you can also just put your TP up at where you want it and then just trail at these major zones on the way up. But yeah, I think this is 5.8 is pretty doable. Spreads are much better right on the way up compared to the move down. So let's see this volume too, right? See if this continues to break. Now you have a bit more of higher highs or higher lows. Damn. Hello? Where the volume at? Damn. Oh, let's see. Close above this range. Let's see if it starts breaking back below there. Very slow though. Oh, okay. A little glitch. Here it comes. Can we get this below 34, 35? Okay, so second re-break, not the first. Okay, so wait for this to break, pull back, and once it pulls back, if you break below, right, that 37 zone, this can be a bottom wick still. still above, right? Anything above could be bottom wicks to continue up, but that is some volume right there. So let's see, is this a push? I have nothing here. I don't have any ideas in this zone. So if it rips, I'm gonna have to let that drive. If you don't want to let that drive and you want to be part of it, you could get in right off of your analysis. But I think I have I'll have a much better idea above 770, like in terms of knowing that it's gonna continue. I think here I don't have enough confluences to back it up, unless you get like a steep bottom wick or something like this. If I get something like that and then I come up above here, then I think above here would be very much valid for me too. What up, price? Hi, we. Used to have a MyFX book. You let it retire. My new MyFX book is right here on MT5. MT5 has a MyFX book. Oh, we're at 247% here. We're about to hit 250 soon. I think 3 more percent. But yeah, I don't think there's any point using MyFX book. Does anyone still use MyFX book? Because you can just look at this now for your stats, right? You go to view and reports. Your trading journal that you use, you can use the same type of journal with your entries. No, you can change them. Like if you have different entries, you can go to the setup page and then just enter your own stuff, like your own pair too. You don't even have to trade gold or any of these pairs. You can put like EURUSD, NAS 100, whatever you want to put, and then setup. You can put whatever plays you want. Right? You can get rid of them, replace them. Entries too, start your own balance, so you don't gotta have this strategy to use it. Are we coming back down here? Nope. Still ranging. Okay, we get a steeper top wick. It looks like you're holding pretty nicely, like you're not breaking below, right? You're still kind of creating like these higher lows here on the way up. So it could get a steeper top wick. And then we'll pay attention to how strong that push up is. I think if you come up towards 770, we can move the sell zone from below 37 to below below 44 or 45 instead. Because if you come up towards 770, it's like there's no reason for it to come down, right? But if it does, then that'll be a fake out back into this range, and then we'll look for ideas here to continue down towards the bottom of the range. You can definitely still get that too, but this is a possibility. But yeah, below here, at least I think you'll at least have this. You can take advantage of that. If that does happen, you can also get continuation too, all the way down. But yeah, let's see. Oh, making its way up. Wait, did we have Wick entry sell? We did, right? Ideas? I think there's a bit too much structure now though on the way up. Like you had too many bottom wicks. You had 1, 2, and 3 since we first introduced the idea at 8, right? So I don't think we can get 770. I think maybe, yeah, I don't think we can get 770. I think next zone for Wick entry ideas is probably like 48.27. So at that point, we're probably gonna look for buys up, right? Above 88. Maybe above 72. So it's just this, like you want to just let this clear out, and above there, that's when I'll start hunting. But yeah, no Wick entry sells at 770, okay? So delete that idea. I was looking at it, but I was a bit overwhelmed. Yeah, you can use a simple one. Like that one's a little more complicated. You can use this one. This one's a little easier. This is the original one. Chat, which one do you guys like better? This one or TBJ? I think TBJ is good for more data. The stream one is better for this is much better for like screenshots. But yeah, this is, you could use like, you can just replace it here too. Entries, setups, replace that. If you want the other journal, you gotta go here. Do exclamation point trades. Here we go. We get a pop here. For that range on the 4. Original one is better. Yeah, if you're like new to journaling, I think this is easier for sure. This is less data. This is like time, session, pair, buy or sell, setup type, entry type, time frame used, your risk, image of play. I mean, those are that's automatic if you have like celeries and breakouts and stuff. And link to play, and then yeah, close half at, all that. And then it just shows up here nicely. What do we do Monday? Monday is 1.05%. Cool. Sure, yeah, we're getting a pop here, so let's see. Could you fill the range? Did we get a range fill? Third minute can be a leg candle closure, or the 15 if it closes the way it is in 5 minutes. That's a lot of leg candles today, wow. Hey, you tap your TP 5-8. I think it was Bo. W trade. So Jordy, I didn't see you there. Did you see speed in your country? Hey, 92 likes. Can we get to 100? Maybe that's what the market's waiting for. 100 likes before we get a trade. Back from a break. What's up, man? What size account do you start with here? This one was a 1K. This one was a 1K. So we started a year ago. Alright, waiting for a London high retest. I think you just retested the highs here. We're just waiting for volume. So I'm not looking for any buys here yet. I'm looking for them, I think, more so above 70. So I'm just waiting to see if this is gonna drive up or if it's gonna flip. But yeah, that's what I'm waiting for. So I want to see if I can break into this range, or if you're gonna re-break the lows and start breaking back into this range. But I think in between is where I'm kind of just not looking for much at. So there hasn't been much today because you spent a lot of time in that range. But we're starting to break out. All right, so that's good. You think a young retrace to 47.43 and then back up? I think you can get a retrace. I don't know where. I don't know if this is gonna give you a breakout or a fake out here. Because if it's a fake out, then that's no longer a retrace, right? That's just back into a range film. So I'm not too sure. Like I really don't know from here, because I don't have much confluence from here to tell whether it's gonna rip up here or just slowly rip up and then strong push down, you know? So I gotta see volume to tell. Otherwise I can't really make a decision here on what's happening. W. Carl. You tap your 85 though, right? So unless you removed it and had runners, just trail, maybe you can come up further. Where's the music at? Let's see. Is this gonna be a correction? Double fake out? Maybe. Like, I don't know, the move up was pretty slow too. Like, there's nothing significant about this compared to this, compared to this, compared to this, right? So it's been the same pattern like all day, just that same constant slow push. Maybe they'll fake out. Because on the higher time frame, it's not a fake out, like, because on the higher time frame, I think this is your range. So you saw, like, it shows it has room to go, which is not going at the moment. But this is your range between here and here. So there's like a little bit of space left. So if we can just tap 70 and get that over with, that'll be good. Even if you get reversal too, that won't be too bad after you fill the range. My favorite one? I like the tree. Tree's a banger. Okay. What is this? Is this something? So pay attention to like how fast it moves, right? Like clearly that moved down earlier. This right here wasn't bad. This one here wasn't bad too. But if you can get something a lot sharper than that, that's a lot more consistent. You have a 1 minute leg candle right here too, so maybe you can even get a 1 minute leg candle fill. But yeah, I think still below 37, still valid. I do need to see some top wicks though. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think all the pushes down today were a lot quicker, right? Like a lot sharper. Even that push down earlier was sharp. It came back up right away, so it wasn't consistent. But this push right here looks like it's gonna be sharp too. So tells you a little bit of information. Let's see. 1-2 pop correction. Can you fill this range now? It came up, made a high, right? Pulled back. So made a high here, pulled all the way back, re-broke the high. It's like the first time I broke the highs, it was already breaking the previous high. So that one should have popped, right? Like when you're looking at regular price action, came down. Okay, cool. Didn't drive down. Came back up again to re-break the same high. Why didn't it drive? Now it's coming back down again, right? So if that doesn't bring in volume, if this push down isn't sharp, might be GG's. Because I think the only thing next is like it pushes back up, but it's like the same constant cycle, right? Just very slow, and then sharp move down, and then very slow. That's very untradeable. Let's see, 37. What else do we have? For a rebreak. Yeah, so you want to see a pullback here, like around these areas. If it comes down towards 40, you want to see a pullback to like 45 and such. And then push down below 36. And that should be continuation. This is a 15 leg candle fill right here though. That's what you're getting. And if we get a break up again, then we can move the sell idea higher up. So if you get a break above 62 again, let's say, and then you get a push back down again, that's like, this is the third time now, you can look for sells below wherever the low is here, right, at 48, instead of like looking for them below 36, because you moved up a bit higher. You made a steeper lower high, right? If that doesn't drive up, you re-break the lows again, this right here could be continuation. So low head start. That's like 70 pips. And then a 150 pip pop down. And you have a leg count in the minute too, so if that can happen, that'll be perfect. 2 and 1. Getting a little worried here, guys. Not gonna lie. 10:38 here. Still no movement. We got 12 or 22 more minutes. Those sellers who took an early entry, the first push down, stop loss above the highs, 5-3, I think will stop out. Damn, I'm so specific, bruh. Who took a sell that had a stop loss on 47.53? You're looking for a wick entry of 4-3. That's around here. That's good. I think that's a reaction zone for sure. For sure, for sure. For sure, for sure. What do you guys rate price action today? 1 out of 10. I'll give it a 6 today, man. I'm giving this a 5. $12. 5 out of 10. 6 out of 7. 5. 10 trades to eat. Oh, why did it translate like that? I have 10 trades today. Yesterday was slightly better. Yeah, I think yesterday was a bit better for sure. Wait, hold on. Yesterday. Yeah, it's about the same. Today's untradeable. Probably tomorrow for sure. Yeah, tomorrow's NFP. I think Asian tonight if it picks up. Let's not give up though. We still got 20 minutes here. A lot can happen in 20 minutes. You can get a fucking top wick to 47.70, a push back down. You know, who knows? 10 minutes is a lot, you know? Especially before NFP. And the way it's glitching right now, look at the way it's glitching. Let's not give up yet. Let's see. That is very true. That is very true. Dinos. Yeah, slow and steady. I don't mind it. It's just a little more movement. It's not bad though. Usually these ranges for us are pretty tradable. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4. This is the 5th time we're coming up to break the highest. Is this the one? You have some good structure. Some nice higher lows, right? Higher lows. Higher lows. Just not the volume. Damn, they're expecting 65K tomorrow from 178 last time it came out. Your stop loss around 47.65. Fifteen more minutes, guys. Chop City indeed. 47.78, my zone to watch. Might get there tomorrow. Hey, if you're lucky, maybe today. This is breaking the highs for the 6th time. Let's see. What did I say earlier? If it breaks above these highs again, we can look for them below where? I think below here, right? Below 45 once you get a pullback or something. Maybe a little lower. Below 43. If you make your way back down. So instead of 36, we can move it up a little bit if this is able to break above 60. Right? Because it's a steeper high. This will be the 5th time you're breaking the highs too. All right, so just a reminder, like this blue zone here for me today wasn't like a breakout area or anything. For me, it's like volume. All right, so you can break out and still break back into the range. You can break out and continue, but it's more so just an indication of volume when you'll start getting more volume. And that really hasn't happened yet because this is the 3rd time you're breaking out. So I don't know where the volume is. You guys sell at 47.75. Was that like yesterday? Wasn't that on? Damn, you gotta sell on the 22nd of April. Then you must be a swing trader. What do you see us going up to? Wait, are you actually in the swing trade, Matt? Because that's like 2 weeks now. What do you see this going up to? I don't know. I'm just trying to see. Like I see a zone. If it goes up, I see 770 minor zone. Like this is a small time frame. And then next up is 98 and then 48.27. So if you continue to stay above those areas, we'll just keep looking towards the next area. So I'm just kind of waiting for volume to kind of shift in here. But yeah, next zone, it shows clean traffic to 70. So that's what price should do. But if it fakes out, then we're also looking for sells below 43. NASDAQ tapped 28.74 here, tap target. Cooking so. Chat, you guys think it's gonna move if we hop off? Classic. Classic, classic, classic. I think we'll probably stay for a bit after 11. Place a session stop loss or something and see how it goes from there. Let's see, maybe you can get a 1 hour closure above 70. Wait, you said it's 47.65 your stop. How come you put it in the middle of the range? The middle of clean traffic. If you break back below 540, it should be good. If you survive the 65, break back below the blue zone should be good to come back towards your entry. My fave superhero. My fave superhero is, I think, Superman. Chat, Superman or Batman? Who y'all got on a 1v1? Wick entry sell ideas. We had one at 770, but we moved it because we made too much structure coming up here. So I don't have any Wick entry sells at the moment. Spider-Man. Spider-Man. Popping up, yes sir. Let's see, a little bit more volume here. Not really, actually. On the minutes, was kind of asked though, but let's see. Can it? Something, man. Something. Gold. God damn. We're looking for sells at 78. I like you guys ever watch Daredevil? I like Daredevil too. Daredevil's 1000 IQ. And Daredevil's lit. Daredevil and X-Men. X-Men was also lit. Underrated. See, 4 minutes. Thanos is like cheating though. You know, I still haven't watched the Avengers, the last one. I haven't watched Thanos. Yeah, I didn't watch it because the first day it came out, the very first day it came out, someone just told me straight up like, yo, this is what happened. This person in the movie passed. And I was like, all right, thank you, bro. So I just never wanted to watch it ever since he told me that. So there's no point. I don't know. I just didn't want to watch it. I watched the Age of the one before and the one before that one. Who was that? I don't know, man. It was like one of my first trading groups too. It was like 2019. So I was cheesed. Isn't there another one coming out? No, Spider-Man's coming out soon. I don't know how I feel about the new Spider-Man movie. Looking a little dry. Gotta watch it. Yeah. Band of Brothers, or the Masters of the Air? No. What is that? Masters of the Air sounds like some magic movie. What's that magic movie called? Now You See Me? Now You See Me is pretty cool. What's that? Masters of the Air? What is that? Oh, this is new. This is a show. Let me guess, Penzo. Polish? Oh, WW2? Should I jump on the bus and hold for dear life until 4805? You still in that trade? If you're still in that trade, I just trail. If you're looking to re-enter, I don't know what to say because I don't have enough confluence here. I need a break above, I need price to break above 47.70, and then I'll be able to tell once it starts like pushing, creating higher lows. But yeah, if it does all of that, then I can see like 98, which is near your 05 zone, in that area getting tapped. I don't know if what's gonna happen. This is the first breakout outside the blue range on the 1 hour time frame, so this could easily be corrected still. You can get a candle that looks like this for a day. Who knows? Like, imagine. I mean, no need to imagine. Let's see, maybe it will happen. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's gonna happen here, so I'm just trying to figure that out still. Right? Because this is a possibility. I don't know how heavy these bottom wicks are really to go up. It's also very slow. Look at the minute, right? It's just it's like really struggling to push up. Like, I don't know. You came out to break the highs 5 times, and this is the 5th time, and the 5th time is the slowest. It doesn't tell you much. It can mean anything. It can mean like you can get volume coming soon, you know, push up. But I don't know. You can get a correction just back into the range. Two-man generic answer. Oh, who else would be my favorite superhero? Superman, man. Do you look at FVG? No, I don't look at the FVG. I look at support and resistance, market structure, and that's about it. Let's take a deep dive into that. To this day, I don't know what FVG means. Or order block. Order block. I think a good way to think about order block though is like, without even knowing what it is, I would assume it means like an area where people place orders at, right? So all you gotta do is look at generic price action and think about, okay, generic price action says that if this is a breakout, this is where everyone will take buys at. So this is an order block. Simple. Right? Like, isn't that what that is? Order block? An area where people take orders at, right? Like people where I'm assuming it's just something to do with liquidity and orders. So if this is a breakout, this is an order block probably, because that's where people will take buys at, or traders will take buys at. No? Have you ever added pineapples to your trade when you were in profit? No, not when I'm in profit. Only when we are in drawdown. But if there's like an opportunity within the drawdown, we haven't had much pineapples. Like even that 30-hour trade, there was no pineapple there. But yeah, pineapples, it's like, I think we used to enter them just because we're in drawdown, but then it transitioned from that to when like there's a lower chance to come down towards the entry, but your stops are still like not tapped, right? But price has to form a second idea for you to enter, and you're looking to take that down to a point where both positions could be BE. So the idea of a pineapple shouldn't be to like maximize profits, or for me, it's more so for me like to just one, minimize my losses, or two, get back to BE. But before I think we just used to spam, like just spam trades. Wait, what's the band of brothers? Let me search that up. No, I never watched this. This is 2001. Tom Hanks and Steven Spielberg. Order block usually happens where reversals happen. So like, is this an order block? If you look at order blocks, is this an order block? Would that be one? Because it hasn't reversed, or at least yet, right? But if it reverses, then and change of character for me is just like market structure. I'm assuming it's just change of structure. So your change of structure wouldn't be this, it will be that, and below here. Below here is your change of structure. You just have to shift a little bit. Yo, you have a third minute leg candle here. Let's see. You're above the range still, so you know, let's see. This can still flip and drive up here. I think the push down here was pretty slow as well. Yeah, so it's 11. I think what we'll do here, guys, is start placing a session stop loss. So I think for me, that's above 771 for now. Um, 47.71 is my session stop loss. If that breaks the highs, I think that might be GG's. But if you come back into the range, we're gonna look for fakeouts. Go ahead and stream. Let's see. We got until it breaks 71, so still a chance. Or block basically a higher low or lower high area where lower high, higher low could form. So just a bit of structure, right? A little bit of that, a little bit of this. When taking those fake outs, how do you know if it's a fake out and not a higher low? Because this already came down a couple times today. So when it came down the first time on this push down, we weren't gonna get in because we wanted to see a lower high, right? So earlier I was like, don't get in on the first break below this zone, but once it breaks below, pull back, because that pullback is going to determine whether it's going to be a fake out or not. So if this was a move down earlier, like this, if it came down, right, and then pull back and held the zone, or not even, but it just pulled back, that should take you up. But let's say it doesn't, comes back to re-break, that's your move. So that was like very key today, because that's what held us out of this trade, right? Although it didn't close below, but still a pullback, right? You did get a pullback after multiple, actually. You gotta push up, you gotta move again, push up, move again, push up. So now you can probably look at this entire thing as like a range, and you can look at it from a different time frame fake out, which is if this is a range and we start making our way back below like this, right, there's a high chance this can be a fake out. So are we gonna get in there? I don't know. But we can get in once the fake out, this fake out is done. There'll be a whole other time from fake out, right? This is like a small time from fake out here. This is a higher time for fake out. But basically just like, these are higher lows that came down earlier that failed to break. So if you're making steeper highs, like, you know, you can say like, yo, price should go up here. It's just like making higher lows, higher lows, higher lows to make more higher highs. But if this comes down to break all those lows again, which is below here, at that point you can look at it from this perspective. It looks a little messy, an MT5. Let me move it here. You can look at it from this perspective instead. All right, this is your range. If you break back below there, that would be a fake out. But I think we'll still wait for like the push down and the lower high and all of that, right? That's gonna be very key, because if it pushes down, it can still come up, right? Which is what you asked, like, why? How do you know if it's not higher low? So if you wait for that and re-break, this goes from being a higher low to higher chance of being a more lower highs to continue to move down. So we just wait for those pullbacks to occur. Not all the time. Sometimes we will need pullbacks because of how heavy you're driving. Like if this move right here were to just come straight down right now and break below into 28 zones, we can just look for continuation of sells, because at that point it broke through all of the structure. We just got cooked by down 30 le. 30 le. Oh yeah, right now. Re-breaking the lows. Can we get a pop? Let's see. It is 180 pip leg candle. If that happens, you are back into the range, and then all you gotta do after that is break below 43 and pull back. Bo, you have those wick entry buys at 45, no? I think that's a good reaction zone too, because that's like below the wick area. So if that's your wick entry buy, I think you can get some good trails or B's out of it. Oh, 116 likes. Thank you. Maybe we'll get a trade now. I really thought we'll get 5 trades this week. Start off the week with 1, 2. And yes, it was just slow. Today's slow too. Let's see. This minute's not bad. A little sharper. Let's see if that picks up. If we break back below into the range, below 50, I'm gonna move the session stop loss to 265. Sounds like an MJ. Hold on, chat, 1 minute. No vaping. You might get a pop here if you get a re-break as low. Maybe. Looks like it's starting to glitch a little bit. You see it? You can feel it. You can feel the glitch, right? It's like right there. It just has to go right there. Closures below supports for sells. Which support? Which one? Yeah, it's definitely getting closer, but it's like right there. Just gotta on the 15. What level though? There's a lot. I'm not too sure which one you're looking at. You talking about this one right here? What do you mean by glitch? It's just a term we use to identify. It's just to say like volume. Like you might start getting volume here. Like you might start glitching. Like the account start tweaking a little bit before it starts to just. You'll see what I mean if it happens. I'll show you. I'll point it out for you. But yeah, it's just volume. 47.5, 1.85. You asked closure below for sales. I think it's doable. Like if you get a fake out. Yeah, I think you need volume, a little bit of volume, but yeah, I think you need a little bit of volume. Yeah, when it starts twitching, like spreads usually get a little tighter. Like this might be one to see. Nope. Sometimes we get a little delusional as we go later into the session, so we start thinking everything's a glitch. Do you expect huge volume? Huge sales with volume? Huge sales with volume? I don't know. If you can push down below 43 and it's volume, then there's volume, yeah. And that'll be my determinant. Like, when we see it, we'll see it, right? When we see volume, we'll see something like this happen. Or we'll see something like this happen. Right? But we need some to form. So I'm hoping he's glitched down here. With closures comes volume, right? Yeah, not all the time. But yeah. It's kind of hard for me to answer that question because I'm waiting to see, like, you see how you're looking for the sales below 5.1. I'm looking to see it push through 5.1 to 43. So you're asking the wrong person. If you have ideas there and this closure below ranges and that's what you're basing it off of, like, take your ideas, trust your analysis, right? But I don't have much to say between because I'm not looking for anything in between these ranges. For me, it's like I'm just waiting for that volume to come in within these ranges. What about long with the rejection close above the range? Which range? Like I'm looking for this. If you can get a pop above there and then a continuation and then you get like some pullbacks, I think that's my buys. That might not even be this session. That might not even be a thing because we might not be here for that. But that'll be my buys. More so above here. Once you get a push up, pullback range, and we confirm that staying bullish. Otherwise, it can still rip down, right? Oh, here you go. You're 5.1. Let's get a drive. Let's see. Got a little bit of volume here. Maybe this can pick up. Spreads are kind of wide still, so watch closely. Considering piece deals that made, we'll see with price action. I have no idea. I think that means volume for sure though. Oh, that'll bring us some type of volume. I don't know how much volume, but that'll bring us something. So we'll be able to see how it translates to price, and then we'll read the price from there, if that's the thing. What do you rate price today? Whatever, rate price actions. I don't know, 6 out of 10? Or a 5 out of 10 today, not 6, 5 out of 10. Might be a 5.5 though if we got this push. Could be very possible. Hey, GT, I think you survived, no? FGT, you only tapped 64.97. You had a 65. I think you might have survived back down to your entry. Could this be? Is this the one that we're waiting for the whole morning? Looks like there's a lot of volume, a lot of glitches here. So yeah, get ready here, guys. I think below, you want to see a break below 43 and then pull back. A very key pullback. All right. Worst case, we can get them below 35. Worst case, we don't get any of this blue range. We get them below 21 if it comes down. But you have lots of ranges. Especially if like there's been no higher lows yet. So the higher low could be a lot steeper than whatever happened this morning, right? Let's see. Strong push down to 5 here. This counter now is pushing through. Can this improve? I think you have a 30-minute leg candle filled already right there. So if it's a fake out, any pullback should be survived. I think too, now that you have a steeper bottom wick here, if you come back above here, maybe even earlier ideas above like 60 instead of like above 70 could be something. If that pushes. Okay, so we got the below 43. I think our stops we said earlier was what? Yeah, 40. I think same ones, right? 48.73. So if we got that, then I think lots will be a 0.0. What was that again? That was 1,300 pips. I think 0.07. 0.07. Oh, nice. Okay, cool. Cool. Can we get a pullback? I think we're gonna wait for this to break below 37 here. We couldn't really get this 43, right? So let's see. You got a pullback prior to pushing below. Oh yeah, these zones here, don't worry about them. These are just BE zones and all of that from earlier. So I think we're still targeting. Probably gonna try targeting 22. 47, 22 zones. right? But look at the volume compared to all these pushes, right? You struggled like 5 times to push up. And now that got corrected pretty quick. So yeah, wait for this to break, pull back, and re-break. I wouldn't take this re-break. I would, but if it wasn't some type of support or minor zone here, right? Because 37 was one of the zones we had earlier. We just moved it up towards 43 because you made a steeper high. Otherwise, we'll have like a market X or sell stop on the break. But since it's a zone, I'd rather wait for price to actually re-break the lows, pull back, and then continuation. And that could be your drop. All right, and then these are just your BE zones, trail stop zones, and all of that. And TP, I think we'll attempt like 22. Why not? All right, let me just put this a lot just in case. I think we go 0.08 actually. 1300? No, 0.07. All right. Can we get a push? I think it broke the lows by a bit. You want to see a push right below. So not yet. Almost. Get ready though. So for those that have been watching all day today, right? Like this is the move that we were kind of waiting for throughout the day to form. And now it's finally here. It's just time to execute it. Just got a couple smaller things to wait for, and then you're in there. Just a pullback in top wick. And hopefully there's a pullback, right? Because it could just rip right through. So we won't be able to do much about that if it does. So pre-FOMO, pre-no FOMO. Could still be a higher low too, right? So the higher the pullbacks are very important. Five is very clean. I think I'll write off as a 5 if we get in. 5 in the fake out. So you have a 5 closure above the zone. Wait for that to fill the wick and break the lows, and then a pullback. Because then if that 5 were to flip, since it's closing above the zone, it will flip after a bottom wick, which could be a leg candle. So you can still get an idea if that were to happen. You didn't tap 70 today, did you? I don't think so. Came close though, came to 64. Right? And this is your range here still. So you have all of that range if it's like really liquidity. But looking at it from here, right, you can see like it's not much. Like it's a move for the session, but looking at it here, it's like you're still like within this entire range here. This is nothing, right? It didn't change much, but it can be a start of something. But it also could still be higher lows, right? Third-minute closure too. 30-minute close, strong bearish, top wick first. Let's see. Let's see if the 1 hour flips. Caught the buy at 46, aiming to get up at 65. Might get a pop here if you re-break this. I think 65 is a pretty good target. I think I'm gonna place I think we're gonna move the session stop loss down, guys, towards maybe 5-6. If it breaks the highs, we'll call it a day. I think that's when the 1 hour starts to flip bullish a little bit, or yeah, it gets closer to the flip. You'd be like 76 pips away. Where should stops be? For which, like, if you get the sells, below, my stops are 48.74. Yeah, 48.74. And then management areas, I think, will be around 48.23. Wow, that volume lasted 2 minutes. Let's see, second time coming down. Could this be? Could this be? Let's get rid of that. What was this again? 19 BE. Trail stops. Stops. I think if this candle comes down and break the lows, I'll move the session stop loss to one of these highs. I think at 48. Move it down towards 5.4 for now. If it's not this push, then this could still be higher lows. I don't know how long the buys will take to play out, right? You break 46, yeah. You break that, should be like GG, should be good. Wait, did you got a Wick entry, right? Or did you got a Wick entry? I think you got 19 pips off of that first initial area. First initial reaction. This might be your invisible candle for later. So for Asian or something, if you continue to close above here later, if this candle closes bearish the way it is in about 20 minutes, for Asian or London, whenever it decides to break above 5-4, that could be ideas instead of above the highs here. Let's see, is there volume? It's not bad. I think it could be a bit better on the way down though. You need a glitch. If I'm full porting my eval, should I do it tomorrow during news? Oh man. I would advise against full porting, man. But if you're in a full port, I'll give you a tip. Forget news. Forget news exists. Just look at tomorrow and be like, is there volume today? Because just because there's news doesn't mean there's volume all the time. So there could be more volume on Monday or Sunday opening or Tuesday or Wednesday or Thursday, Friday, right? Tomorrow is just NFP. But I'll wait for like a much directional day at least, like, because tomorrow it will be directional. We don't know yet, right? There could be volume. You could get a spike off the opening, but a much higher probable day would be like directional days, which we haven't had in 2 months. So next directional day should be pretty big. But yeah, I just wait for days when you're actually driving, you know, like driving. I want to wait for some days like this is the daily or the 4 hour, like that, you know, driving type of days. I would advise against full pouring them. So not a good idea. I don't know. I mean, if you full pour and you blow it, what are you gonna do? Buy another account? You know what I mean? Just save that account. Just trade it. Just trade it. Just treat it as like it's your last amount of dollars, right? Because you're just gonna buy another one anyways. You're gonna give the funding company more money. Why don't you just trade it normally? Good day for you. I'm glad, man. You can call it a day now. 11:45 here. Slow and steady, fast way to your goal. 100%. Yeah, like, cause you're just gonna, like, even if you do it on a live account, you're just gonna put more money in anyways, right? Like, you're not gonna quit trading. I mean, unless you say like, oh, I'm gonna quit trading if I don't gamble this tomorrow for news, I'm gonna quit trading if it goes against me. It's like at that point, even if you do make money tomorrow gambling, you might as well quit anyways, because if that's your mindset, you're not gonna get anywhere with that. You know what I mean? Like, even if you do win tomorrow, it was by luck because you're looking to gamble. But if you did it by skill, you can actually repeat that skill daily. You can show up on Monday and look for the exact same setups. Right? It doesn't happen, come back Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. But you know, if you're gonna actually do this for a long time, you might as well settle in and just chill out. Right? Take your time with it. Because rushing and trading is like not the best idea. Every time I rush, I go like 10 steps back. So 1% gain or 50% loss. Peace out at GT. Did I revenge trade a lot before? Yeah. 100%. All right, am I gonna push you guys? Let's see. You need a pop here, right? You need a break below and then a pullback. So I'm assuming if it pushes down, you might see like 34, 33 or something. Don't mind these lines once again. They're just like BE zones and all of that. Spreads are kind of, let's see, can I get better? Volume is not there. You need to see a spike here, right? So worst case, we can't get this range. We can always get them below 28 if it continues. But I need to see some volume here. How much is this? Can we get a push down for 25 at least? Maybe 30? Can spreads get better? Oh. Could be a bit better. We get a push. You need volume here. You need a push. Okay, can you pull back now? That was okay of a push, but can you pull back to 39? How fast can it pull back to 39? If you can pull back, quick pop up, quick pop down, the re-breakout lows, could be a range fill of this range. That push could have been a bit better. If that push was a lot stronger, then this pullback would have been enough. But volume still kind of dry here. At least compared to what we could be getting, right? Because if we're expecting this to be corrected, like it should be like flying. Or diving. But to break the structure too, so okay. Can you get a pop? 34, can we tap? That's a little better. There we go. 34 or pullback. Could be a bit better. All right, tapped it. You get a quick pullback now. Can we tap 37? And very important, like how fast is it gonna pull back and then come right back down and re-break the lows here, right? Because if it's slow still, then you gotta still wait for that volume to come. You might gotta wait for a re-break, which means that it's more so below 31. So not this, nothing here for me. I think stops and lots are still the same, right? Because there's not much of a difference here. I think it's still like around 60, 70 pip range. And I would prefer to get in before the 1 hour close too. Before the 1 hour closes. I think the one can close in the bottom wick. If it drives. Let's see if they get better. Like same bolts though. Let's see, can we get a pop? Is this the one? Re-breaking the lows once again. Our BE zones might be a little lower, right? But that's why I have all these zones marked up as extras. Because the further we drop down, we can just use the very next upcoming zone if we push through. Let's remove this. Let's remove this for now. Next push could take you down towards 32 if you re-break. So close, but not exactly what we wanted, right? Very close though. There's also a 15 leg. If that's an issue, we'll see it. All right, could this be? Is it gonna break through? $31 tap. Can we get a pullback? Maybe a pullback to 35. Okay, there we go. Some nice volume. Can you get a pullback? Can we tap 31? 31 and re-break at this low, okay? Can we get 31? No 31. What else is there? 28. I think you're coming down towards the 4-hour leg candle now, so this could be a reaction zone. So yeah, let's even get a pullback here. We came right down towards this next minor support at 28, so I'm gonna have to move the top wick up, maybe 34 top wick, and then re-break this low if that can happen within one motion. If that tapped 31 right there before we ripped that, it could have been an entry. 34, and then a re-break of the lows. Worst case, if we can't get the blue zone, we can always get them below here, right? Below 22. Because the idea is the liquidity, right? So if you get liquidity, it's like this is your entire range here. So then you have all of this as a target. And then I think we also had a wick entry buy ideas too. I think we said 05 earlier for 705, 4701. I think I just sell it down for continuation sells if you continue. Spreads are a lot better now too, right? We're tapping 34, so get ready for the re-break here. If we can re-break, and if it's slow, we'll wait for a second re-break. But yeah, just be ready if we get a re-break. And then I think BE zones are from here down. Maybe we'll attempt this. That would be 22 pips. And trail stops are right below that wick. And then TP, we can try to attempt 19. 47, 19 zones. Let's see. So pretty slow so far. But the second re-breaks don't require much of a pullbacks, right? It's only the first re-break. All right. Can we get a small pullback? Small top wick, 29. Can we get a pullback? 29, 29, 29.50. And a re-break immediately. All right, there we go. So now if this could re-break the lows right away, this would be our sells, okay? Here, and then I think BEs will use this line right here. Okay, ready guys on re-break? Don't blink. Almost. If you're in YouTube, there might be a little delay. If you're in Divas 01 or 02, no delay. So in case you get it, market X. How much is this range here? From here to here, 18. So that would be BE. I think trail stops would be like right below. Hello? Frozen. All right, so another pullback. Let's see. So same thing, I think. If it's slow, we keep repeating the same shit. But if it's slow, if it pulls up, slow on the way up and then slow on the way down, we're gonna have to wait for the same volume push. So we're gonna have to wait for this to re-break the lows again and then pull back. And then if we were still waiting for that one constant motion, right, on the way down. So if that doesn't happen, and just kind of slowly pull back and then slowly come down again, we still gotta wait for that volume to come in. Because I think this could be a lot better, the volume, right? Even on the minute, it's very weak still. It was nothing like this push from earlier. So yeah, I'll wait for this to break, and then I'm assuming you'll tap into 25, 23, and then pull back again, and then a re-break if it's like 1-2 pop, back down. All right, there's the pop. Can we get a pullback? Small pullback. All right, so re-break this low, okay guys? And I think BEs are right there. Rebreak of this low. If you can rebreak this low that it just made after this small pullback, that's our sells. And next zones are up here, I think, at 32. You ready? If it pulls up to 32 again, then I think we're gonna have to wait for this to re-break again. Okay, so that could be the 1 hour opening. All right, 1 hour opening. Let's see. I think for sure second re-break. So I'm gonna have to wait for this to re-break the lows again. I think 1 hour no top wick opening too. So let's see if you can get one, if that's an issue. Leg candle fill in the 4 happening right now. How much was this? This was 82. All right, you gotta break it at lows. Be patient, chat. Almost there. We're close. Just the last couple of stages. Looking at SAL 25. Now I'm gonna wait for this 1 hour top wick to form, and then I want to see if we can survive this 1 hour top wick, or if it pushes down here first and then we get a pullback, because then that pullback should be the 1 hour flip. But let's say it pulls back and then it re-breaks the lows, that could be the push, right? And that's just the 1-2 pop that we were looking at. You tap the 23 here. So let's see, is it gonna pull back to 27 or anything here? What are we targeting again? We have this 4 hour candle with a leg candle fill. And then I think what's next is 09. 4709 is when you get to a major zone, right? Got slipped 8, 50 pips. Got 40. Damn, DVS01 crushing it. Peak 65. You have another platform? Yeah, another platform would be DVS01 or DVS02, admeast.com. That's when you get like no delay. For sure, for sure. Let's go, calm. All right, I think the 1 hour opened up. Pop down first. You got a 1 hour top wick, right? Did you get, what'd you got here? 1 hour top wick. Yeah, you got a 1 hour top wick. I think volume's still black in here. I think it could be a bit better. Because even the retracement took very long too. Wow, it's 12. I can't believe it's 12. We're still here. Worst case, we can also get I think wick entry buys too. I think 02, 47, 02, if not the continuation down. Let's see, let's delete this blue zone now. I don't think we need this anymore. 23 tapped again. I think I'm gonna wait for this to play out here, guys. I'm gonna wait for 23 and 18 to push through. I'll continue looking if we get below 18. I think this is gonna be a little tougher of a zone of break between these areas. So if we can push through here with volume, that'll be my indication of volume. That'll also be a lot further away to the 1 hour flip, right? Because you're still gonna be breaking the lows. You'll be further away from the flip area. And then after that, you get a pullback immediately, re-break. And then below 18 down to 10 could be an idea. And if we don't get that, then 04, 02 for the wick entry buys are there too, which is one of the original ideas today as well. But I think I'm gonna let this play out here between 23 and 18. It's a 54 pip range. All right. You targeting 46.88 for the sells. I think 46.70 is doable, because then that's just, this is the range and this is the bottom of the range. This is the top of the range. So yeah, like 46.70. Obviously, if you can continue breaking below 4 and stuff, right? But yeah, I think that's pretty doable. So you have a lot of range. Like if you can't get in within this range, you have all of this, right? Oh, spreads got tight there. Let's see, can it push through? So I'm gonna let this play out here, right? Oh, there's the glitch. A lot better in volume right there. Can it continue? Don't pull back. Please don't pull back. Until 18. How big are stops now we get in? I think we moved like 100 and something, right? If we get in, I think stops now 1500. I think 0.07 still be good. All right, here we go. Can we get a push through? A push through and a pullback, ideally. If you push through, you're looking at maybe 15 and such. I think spreads got a little better, but it hasn't been consistent enough. It's been the same, like, you know, small push and pullback, small push, pullback, unless this could rip. If that could rip, that'll be a good sign. And then I think if the 1 hour flips bullish, we'll call it a day, because we can't do this for like all day. I think if the 1 hour flips, we'll call it a day. If the 1 hour flips, that flips bullish, right? So from there, you could just spend a little bit of time maybe in this range. Maybe you might get a steeper top wick and then push down. Let's see. Get ready, guys. Small lots for sale since same lots? Yes, same lots. I think 0.07 for me. All right, you gotta push. Can we get a pullback now to 18 and a re-break within one motion? I think BE zones are right here. Got a pullback. Okay, get ready for the re-break here, guys. All right, so go on sells as you re-broke those lows. I think TP will attempt is gonna be, what are we attempting here? I think 47. Let's try right there. 47.08 on the way down. So a little ahead of 02. And then I think BEs are right here. So at 47.15, that'll be BE. I think that'll be like 13, maybe a little more. What is this? 20 pips in profit. And then trail stop loss will be right below at maybe 47.12. Right here would be pretty good. So what's that going to be? BE 20 pips, trail stops 36. And then we'll just have more zones on the way down, okay? So these are all these zones here you see on the way down are just going to be trail stop zones. So just be ready. As you tap that zone, we move it towards the previous zone. So B should be in the re-break of this low. It should give you a pop. All right, so that's break even. Next zone is trail stops. If you can get a flip here, could we survive? All right, let's move it down towards that high. One flip and should be trail. Can we get a flip? Flip and drive. All right, so I guess just a BE trade. Yeah, I think we came close. I think 13 was right here. If this was able to flip, we would have been, I think, trailing this from break even to this high. So I think that would have been maybe 20 bips trailed if we didn't get a BE. And then if it came down towards 11, trail stops again. All right, but yeah, I think that's it. One attempt at it. I think we got a little like something, 6 pips, but I think BE ideally is what that was. Yeah, I think that's it for today, guys. Took a little longer than expected. I didn't think we'll be here till 12. But yeah, volume came in late today, right? Volume came in at what time today? At maybe 11, right? So very late session, but we tried. I think I'll give it one attempt and that's it. I'll see you guys tomorrow. I gotta turn this out first. What do we got there? $0.462. I think that's like 0.20% or something. 4.62. 0.18. Like, what else is there? Yeah, it's gonna turn it out. All right, so what day is it today? 5/7. That was 12:09, so very late trade. New York. Gold sells. What was that? Please all pencil. That was, I think, just a regular breakout. We're looking for liquidity on the higher time from the 4. We can put it as the 4-hour idea, just a re-break. Or we can also put it as like a, I think 4-hour liquidity. That was what I'll put it at. You can also put it as a breakout. You put on a smaller time frame. I'll put 4-hour liquidity. liquidity, current higher low on the 4. And then we did 6.6. And then over here, New York gold bias. Wow, look at this bearish. Bias today I think was bearish, right? Just waiting for that leg candle fill in the 4. So we'll put bearish, normal, sells, liquidity on the 4, current higher low. Took it off 4-hour stops. TP was off of, I think, the what was my TP? In the 1 hour time frame. That's large more resistance. BEs, yes, minutes. Use the 5, the 1, and the 4. Expected liquidity. There's lots, 0.07. Yeah, so stops in distro is a bit smaller, so we got to use like a little bit of a better stop. I think if that was the original stop, if you got in earlier, and maybe a 0.08 would have been a lot. Profit $4.60. Pips 6.6. Drawdown, a bit of drawdown, right? I think there was 34 pips. And then peaked was 31. Exit reasoning, trust stops hit, or BE, a little below BE in a minute, and 6.6. All right, so yeah, that's how I journal that, chat. And then percentage is the last thing, 0.18. Cool. All right, I think that's it. If this was earlier, I think we'll be here for sure still, but I think because it's like 12, I'm gonna call it a day with only one trade. All right, but tomorrow is NFP, so hopefully this volume today sets you up for tomorrow. Maybe if you continue moving during like Asian and London, tomorrow could be pretty good for NY. But yeah, we'll be here tomorrow. All right, NFP big day tomorrow, so try not to have any FOMO if you do, because tomorrow will be a new day with much more opportunities, maybe better volume. But this has been decent so far. 500 pip hop correction. So let's see, for still the rest of the day, it can still drive a lot more, right? Especially since you have, if you're looking at this as a range, the bottom of the range is here. So you could get a correction that's like the entire range fill towards 4680, 4660. All right, chat. I'll see y'all tomorrow. All right. Peace. Peace.